हेलो एवरीवन, गुड इवनिंग टू ऑल ऑफ यू। वेलकम वंस अगेन टू दिस लाइव सेशन। आई होप मेरी वॉइस आ रही होगी। स्टार्ट करते हैं आज का सेशन। मॉर्निंग पे देखोगे बैंक निफ्टी और निफ्टी को, बैंक निफ्टी ने काफ़ी अच्छी रिकवरी दी थी, सेम एज निफ्टी। दोनों ही पॉजिटिवली क्लोज हुए थे। गैप डाउन जरूर हुआ था निफ्टी, बट उसके बाद कंप्लीटली रिकवर कर गया था। बैंक निफ्टी तो ऑलमोस्ट फ्लैट ही ओपन हुआ था, उसके बाद रिकवर कर गया। 12:30 लंदन सेशन ऑलरेडी ओपन है। 5:30 न्यूयॉर्क सेशन की ओपनिंग होगी। उसके बाद 7 PM पे यूएस मार्केट ओपन होगा। एंड कोई डेटा नहीं है इंपॉर्टेंट आज। कोई न्यूज़ वगैरह आती है तो विल सी दैट, बट कोई इंपॉर्टेंट डेटा शेड्यूल नहीं है आज के दिन। क्रूड ऑयल को देखोगे तो फ्लैट ही ओपन था, एक रेंज के अंदर ही बना हुआ है कह सकते हो। नेचुरल गैस एक बड़ा गैप डाउन हुआ, परसों रेजिस्टेंस एरिया से आया था, क्लोज होते होते वो नीचे ये बड़ी कैंडल बना दी थी उस दिन। देन क्लोज हुआ था, आज एक गैप डाउन हुआ था और कंटिन्यूसली सेल ऑफ में ही जा रहा है। लेट्स सी प्लान क्या कर सकते हैं। कोई क्वेश्चन रहेगा तो कमेंट बॉक्स में पूछ लेना। बाकी एक्सपायरी का भी ध्यान रखना नेचुरल गैस में। प्रीमियम जो लोग ऑप्शन में ट्रेड करते हैं, प्रीमियम डी के बहुत जल्दी हो रहा है। बाकी क्रूड ऑयल की बात करें तो ऑप्शन की एक्सपायरी ऑलरेडी हो गई थी परसों। अभी अगस्त का ही जो चार्ट है या फिर जो ऑप्शन है, अगस्त मंथ का ही हम ट्रेड कर रहे हैं। तो फ्यूचर जो ट्रेड करोगे वो भी अगस्त मंथ का ही करना, जुलाई का मत करना, नहीं तो थोड़ा सा डिफरेंस आ जाएगा प्राइस में। वो करंट मंथ का जो फ्यूचर का चार्ट लगा होगा वो करंट मंथ का होगा, उसको चेंज कर सकते हो यहाँ से। उसको वन को डिलीट करके यहाँ पर टू लिख देना, तो नेक्स्ट मंथ का चार्ट ऑटोमेटिकली आ जाएगा आपके उसमें। करंट वाला देखोगे तो वो जुलाई मंथ का अभी भी रनिंग है, और ऑलरेडी जो एक्सपायरी है वो अगस्त की स्टार्ट हो चुकी है। फ्यूचर का चार्ट चेंज करके अगस्त मंथ का ही लगा देना। वहाँ पर प्राइस 5704 या 3 के आसपास चल रहा है। अगस्त मंथ फ्यूचर चार्ट। बाकी नेचुरल गैस जैसा मैंने बताया, इसमें भी एक्सपायरी आने वाली है, तो प्रीमियम डीके बहुत फास्ट हो रहा है ऑप्शन बायर के लिए। 21 या 24 को एक्सपायरी है जुलाई की। ये वॉल्यूम भी थोड़ा सा डाउन ही दिख रहा है वहाँ पे फ्यूचर में अभी भी, अगर धन में आप लोग ट्रेड कर रहे हो तो। लेट्स सी क्रूड में क्या प्लान कर सकते हैं। फिलहाल के लिए नेचुरल गैस देखोगे तो फॉरेक्स में तो अपने एक गैप के वहाँ पर है। गैप ऑलरेडी वो फिल हो चुका है, थोड़ा सा अगर और नीचे आता है तो सपोर्ट पे ही आ जाएगा एग्जैक्टली। एमसीएक्स में भी, फॉरेक्स का चार्ट हम यूज़ नहीं करते, एमसीएक्स का ही करते हैं, तो वो ज़्यादा बेटर रहेगा वहाँ पर ट्रेड करने के लिए। सो लेट्स सी, थोड़ा सा और अगर नीचे गिरता है प्राइस, अच्छा सपोर्ट है। ऊपर एक एफईजी भी दिख जाएगा आपको एक्चुअली में। A small effigy over here. मेजर रेजिस्टेंस तो ऊपर ही हैं, जितने सपोर्ट थे उससे गैप डाउन हुआ है, तो नेचुरल गैस एक्ट लाइक एज रेजिस्टेंस ऑन दोज जोन्स। कोई मेजर रेजिस्टेंस और बना नहीं है, गैप डाउन हुआ था तो वही सपोर्ट रेजिस्टेंस की तरह काम करेंगे जितने सपोर्ट एक्चुअल में ब्रेक हुए हैं। ठीक है। बाकी ऊपर 15 मिनट में उस दिन हमने लेवल भी नहीं लगाए थे, 30 मिनट में ही लगाए थे, तो जो सपोर्ट थे 30 मिनट के उन्हीं को रेजिस्टेंस मानना पड़ेगा, क्योंकि 15 मिनट में उस दिन वहाँ पर सपोर्ट थे भी नहीं एक्चुअली में। तो गैप डाउन हुआ सीधा, मार्केट रीटेस्ट किया उसी 30 मिनट के जोन से और वापस गिरता ही रहा। तो दैट इज स्टिल रेजिस्टेंस 30 मिनट टाइम फ्रेम के अकॉर्डिंग, 298 300 का जो लेवल था इन 30 मिनट टाइम फ्रेम ऑब्वियसली। जो परसों का अब लो बना है वो भी रेजिस्टेंस काम करेगा सीधा सीधा, तो रीटेस्ट के ऊपर दैट इज द रेजिस्टेंस, एग्जैक्ट रेजिस्टेंस वी हैव। ठीक है, ये आपका एग्जैक्ट रेजिस्टेंस हो गया। बीच में रीटेस्ट वो मॉर्निंग पे गैप डाउन के बाद ऑलरेडी कर चुका है, तो देखना पड़ेगा दोबारा रीटेस्ट करता है क्या, क्योंकि मॉर्निंग पे कर चुका है रीटेस्ट। ठीक है, एक रीटेस्ट जोन था ये, मॉर्निंग पे देखोगे पहली कैंडल सीधा गैप डाउन हुई थी, ओपन, फिर ओपन हुआ, रेजिस्टेंस रीटेस्ट जोन से रीटेस्ट किया, क्योंकि यहाँ पर सारे बाइंग के ऑर्डर लगे होंगे और सारी लिक्विडिटी एक साथ ही ग्रैब हुई है। तो ये एक रीटेस्ट जोन है, ये याद रखना 30 मिनट के अकॉर्डिंग है, 15 मिनट के अकॉर्डिंग वहाँ पर कुछ भी नहीं बना था परसों। तो 30 मिनट टाइम फ्रेम के अकॉर्डिंग ही जो सपोर्ट रेजिस्टेंस ने बनाए थे दोज नाउ एक्ट लाइक एज अ रेजिस्टेंस। एक बार हो चुका है रीटेस्ट, लेट्स सी दोबारा अगर करता है प्राइस, एक बार और कर तो सकता है वैसे, खैर। देखो यहाँ पर मैं दोनों टाइम फ्रेम की बात करूंगा, 15 मिनट भी और 30 मिनट भी, क्योंकि ये ऊपर के जो मैंने रेजिस्टेंस बनाए हैं वो 30 मिनट के अकॉर्डिंग ही हैं। सपोर्ट थे दोनों ही, ब्रेक डाउन हो गए, एज अ रीटेस्ट काम कर सकते हैं, नीचे वाला तो कर चुका है ऑलरेडी, बाकी नीचे के जो सपोर्ट हैं वो 15 मिनट के हैं सारे के सारे। यहाँ पर 15 मिनट में देखोगे बीच में और कुछ है नहीं सेफी जी के अलावा, यहाँ पर ऐसा कुछ खास सपोर्ट रेजिस्टेंस है नहीं, बट अगर मैं 30 मिनट टाइम फ्रेम पे देखूँ तो 30 मिनट टाइम फ्रेम पर भी यहाँ पर एक सपोर्ट था, 30 मिनट टाइम फ्रेम के अकॉर्डिंग दिस इज अ सपोर्ट इन 30 मिनट टाइम फ्रेम। तो मॉर्निंग से 30 मिनट टाइम फ्रेम के अकॉर्डिंग ही रुका हुआ है इस सपोर्ट जोन पे, बट क्योंकि बहुत बड़ा लेवल है तो इसको हम थोड़ा सा अवॉइड करेंगे और 15 मिनट के चार्ट पर ही कंसंट्रेट करेंगे, सो दैट वो लेवल थोड़ा ज़्यादा प्रॉपरली वर्क करे। ठीक है, कोई नया रेजिस्टेंस बन जाता है 15 मिनट में तो और बेटर है। बाकी ये 30 मिनट में एक सपोर्ट जरूर है, बट वी आर वॉचिंग राइट नाउ 15 मिनट टाइम फ्रेम, तो हम उस पर अभी कुछ रिएक्शन नहीं देंगे 30 मिनट टाइम फ्रेम के अकॉर्डिंग। ठीक है, अच्छा सपोर्ट एरिया था, दो बार बाइंग कर चुका है यहाँ पर, वैसे तो ये थर्ड टाइम आया है, बट जिस तरह से यहाँ पर रुक रहा है बेटर है 15 मिनट में कन्वर्ट हो जाए सपोर्ट, अगर होना ही है नीचे, नहीं तो थोड़ा सा नीचे आ जाए, वो भी एक एग्जैक्ट अच्छा सपोर्ट जोन है लोअर एंड पे, 280 384 के अराउंड। बाकी 5 PM होने वाला है ऑलमोस्ट, 5:30 न्यूयॉर्क सेशन की ओपनिंग, देन वी विल एक्सपेक्ट सम मोमेंटम। बाकी व्यू थोड़ा सा नेगेटिव साइड पर ही है अभी, जब तक प्राइस 15 मिनट टाइम फ्रेम पर एटलीस्ट 293 के ऊपर क्लोजिंग नहीं आती, 293 के ऊपर क्लोजिंग आई तब वापस एक डे हाई की ओर जाने की कोशिश कर सकता है, अदरवाइज 293 के नीचे है तो सेलिंग का प्रेशर है काफ़ी है। 293 के ऊपर ही कहीं इंट्राडे में एटलीस्ट बुलिश होता हुआ दिखेगा फॉर डे हाई। बाकी क्रूड मैंने चेंज किया है, फ्यूचर ध्यान रखना। ये नेक्स्ट मंथ का चार्ट है, एक्सपायरी है एक दिन में फ्यूचर की इसलिए। और ऑप्शन हम ऑलरेडी नेक्स्ट दिसंबर मंथ का ही ट्रेड कर रहे हैं। वॉल्यूम क्रूड के फ्यूचर में भी कम है। ओवरऑल देखोगे ना, फ्यूचर के चार्ट में भी इतना वॉल्यूम नहीं दिख रहा है। मॉर्निंग पे रेजिस्टेंस पे आया था, वहां से रेजिस्टेंस लिया है, लेट्स सी ये भी थोड़ा ऊपर आ जाए तो। अगर में कुछ है नहीं अभी करने लायक। चलो नेचुरल गैस में मोमेंटम आना शुरू हो गया, गुड गुड एनफ। लेट्स सी 5:30 तक अगर पहुंच जाए ऊपर तो वो भी बढ़िया रहेगा। स्विंग ट्रेड इन इथीरियम, इथीरियम मैंने परसों बताया था, आपने पूछा था वो 1 आवर टाइम फ्रेम पे, वही है। सेलिंग में जो एक बच पूछा था, इसके अलावा तो और कुछ है नहीं उसमें। 1 आवर टाइम फ्रेम पे पूछा था ना लास्ट ट्रेडिंग सेशन में। ठीक है, एक और कैंडल देखो 5 PM के अराउंड अगर बनती है नेचुरल गैस में तो बढ़िया रहेगा, बुलिश कैंडल ना। इस एफईजी के ऊपर अगर प्राइस निकल जाता है तो नेचुरल गैस में एक ट्रेड प्लान करेंगे, उसके बाद अगर एक और कैंडल बुलिश क्रिएट होती है। बाकी क्रूड ऑयल अगर थोड़ा नीचे आ जाए तो बढ़िया है। यहाँ पर एग्जैक्टली रह गया थोड़ा सा, कह सकते हैं। मुझे रेंज लग रही है क्रूड ऑयल की, अगर कोई न्यूज़ वगैरह नहीं आती है तो 5800 से 5650, 150 की रेंज ही लग रही है। उसके अकॉर्डिंग देखोगे तो पॉइंट ऑफ इंटरेस्ट अप्रॉक्सीमेटली 5730 के आसपास बनता है। ठीक है, देखो 5 PM हो गया। यहाँ पर इस एफईजी से एक सेलिंग का प्लान क्रूड ऑयल में रखते हैं 15 मिनट टाइम फ्रेम के अकॉर्डिंग। वैसे तो यहाँ पर एक बार आ गई है, दूसरी बार आएगी selling भी। ज़्यादा बड़ा एसएल नहीं, छोटा सा ही एक एसएल, क्योंकि ये मेजर रेजिस्टेंस और सपोर्ट तो दूर ही है, वहाँ पर अब कब आएगा वी डोंट नो एग्जैक्टली येट। ठीक है, यहाँ रेजिस्टेंस, ये सपोर्ट, हो सकता है टाइम लग जाए इन पे आने पे, तो एक ट्राई यहाँ पर छोटी सी क्वांटिटी के साथ करना, ज़्यादा नहीं। ज़्यादा बड़ी क्वांटिटी लेंगे तो प्रॉब्लम हो सकती है ना, मिडिल ऑफ द लेवल एंट्री करना एफई से सही नहीं रहता। तो एक छोटे से एसएल के साथ यहाँ पर एक क्रूड ऑयल में थोड़ा सा क्वांटिटी कम ही रखना, एफईजी से लगाया हुआ है, नॉट फ्रॉम द सपोर्ट एंड रेजिस्टेंस। ओके, इस चीज़ का ख्याल रखना, ये जो लेवल लगाया है मैंने ये एफईजी के रेजिस्टेंस से लगाया है। एग्जैक्ट सपोर्ट रेजिस्टेंस क्रूड ऑयल में थोड़ा सा डिस्टेंस पे है, चाहो तो उनका वेट कर लो, नहीं तो बट इसमें ज़्यादा रिस्क मत लेना। क्रूड में भी नेचुरल गैस में भी बनाते हैं, ये कैंडल अगर एक बार क्लोज हो जाए तो फिर नेचुरल गैस में भी एक ट्रेड बनेगा। इस कैंडल को क्लोज होने दो। कितने 3 से 4 मिनट और हैं, ये कैंडल क्लोज होती है नेचुरल गैस में, तो फिर इसमें भी एक ट्रेड प्लान करेंगे। इसको क्लोज होने का वेट करते हैं बस, थोड़ा सा एक बुलिश कैंडल के तौर पे क्लोज हो तो ही थोड़ा कॉन्फिडेंस आएगा इसमें कि रेंज के बाहर निकल रही है। इसमें कोई फिर ट्रेड हम प्लान नहीं करेंगे नेचुरल गैस में, अगर ये कोई स्ट्रॉन्ग बुलिश कैंडल में कन्वर्ट नहीं होती है करंट कैंडल। ओके गाइस 5:30 होने वाला है ऑलमोस्ट 1 मिनट लेस देन 1 मिनट इज लेफ्ट लंदन सेशन के बाद न्यूयॉर्क सेशन इज गोइंग टू ओपन ये 5:30 हो गया है लंदन सेशन के बाद न्यूयॉर्क सेशन भी ओपन नाउ कोई डेटा नहीं है ध्यान रखना आज नो डेटा शेड्यूल्ड फॉर टुडे ठीक है, बाकी इस एफईजी को रिमूव कर देना। ये एफईजी ब्रेक हो चुका है नेचुरल गैस में, तो इसकी अब कोई वैल्यू नहीं है, इसको अवॉइड कर सकते हैं। कई बार ऐसा देखने के लिए मिल रहा है नेचुरल गैस में, फॉरेक्स का चार्ट तो कैंडल प्रॉपरली बना रहा है। अब जैसे नेचुरल गैस में देखोगे, ये कैंडल जो बनी है रेड कलर की बिल्कुल बॉटम में, ये ग्रीन कलर की है। बट अगर यहाँ देखोगे नेचुरल गैस में एमसीएक्स में रेड कलर की है। थर्ड जो कैंडल बनी थी ग्रीन कलर की, ये सेकेंड कैंडल के ऊपर क्लोज हुई है फॉरेक्स में, एमसीएक्स में क्लोज नहीं हुई है। तो प्राइस डिस्क्रिप्शंसी काफ़ी ज़्यादा है फॉरेक्स में और एमसीएक्स के चार्ट में। वापस अगर नीचे आता है नेचुरल गैस तो डेलो को ही सपोर्ट मानना पड़ेगा, क्योंकि बड़ा मूव आ गया है। मैं एक्चुअली इस कैंडल की क्लोजिंग का वेट कर रहा था, लेवल सेकेंड कैंडल के ऊपर क्लोज होती तो यहाँ हुई नहीं। नहीं तो जैसे मैंने उस समय बताया था कि बाइंग जरूर करते, बट क्योंकि फॉरेक्स में आई है, बट हम फॉरेक्स चार्ट के अकॉर्डिंग चल नहीं रहे हैं। बट अब थोड़ा बड़ा मूव आ चुका है तो यस, वी कैन एक्सपेक्ट दैट लेवल डे लो इज अ सपोर्ट नाउ एज पर द फॉरेक्स चार्ट। कल में भी ये याद रखना, ट्रेड एग्जैक्टली कोई रेजिस्टेंस से नहीं बनाया है, वो एक छोटा सा एफईजी था, सपोर्ट रेजिस्टेंस थोड़ा दूर है उनसे बनाया हुआ है। तो अपना एसएल जरूर ट्रेल कर लेना, थोड़ा सा मैंने पहले बताया है रिस्की ट्रेड है। सपोर्ट रेजिस्टेंस पे बाइंग थोड़ी ज़्यादा बेटर बनती है, बट अब नहीं आई है तो क्या कर सकते हैं। सो पुट योर एसएल ऑन कॉस्ट नाउ। ठीक है, कॉस्ट पे रख लो अपना एसएल अब। नेचुरल गैस में अपना, सॉरी, क्रूड ऑयल में अपना एसएल ट्रेल जरूर कर लेना, एफईजी से किसी ने अगर सेल किया हुआ है। ऐसा नीचे आ जाता तो क्रूड ऑयल में बाइंग ही हो जाती, बट वो एग्जैक्टली आ भी नहीं रहा है लेवल पे। फिर ऊपर जाएगा तो काफ़ी दूर है एग्जैक्ट रेजिस्टेंस।
say, life is a race. But there are those to whom life is a sport. A sport that isn't just about winning, but about the pursuit of excellence. Introducing the Honda City Sport. Life is a sport.
News when you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Karen Moscow. European Union and U.S. negotiators are heading into another week of intensive trade talks ahead of President Trump's August 1st deadline. Sources say the EU is prepared to stomach an unbalanced trade agreement, but last week's talks failed to lead to a decisive breakthrough. So now EU officials plan to meet as early as this week on how to respond to no deal. Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick says he's confident a deal can be done, but there's no wiggle room around the August 1st deadline.
No, that's a hard deadline. So on August 1st, the new tariff rates will come in. But nothing stops countries from talking to us after August 1st, but they're going to start paying the tariffs on August 1st.
Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick appeared on CBS's Face the Nation, heard Sundays on Bloomberg Radio. Sources say the U.S. now seems to want a near-universal tariff on EU goods that's higher than 10%, with fewer exemptions limited to aviation, some medical equipment and generic medicines, several spirits, and a specific set of manufacturing equipment that the U.S. needs. The lack of sustained progress on a U.S.-EU trade deal comes as Bloomberg Economics calculates the likely impact of tariffs, which are now at their highest rate since 1939. Bloomberg's Chris Pitt has more.
With the average U.S. levy on overseas goods exceeding 13%, Bloomberg Economics projects that President Trump's global trade war will likely result in a $2 trillion hit to global GDP by the end of 2027. China accounts for about half the downgrade, with the country's growth now forecast to be just 4.4% next year. Bloomberg Economics has also lowered its 2025 US GDP forecast to 1.5%. In London, Chris Pitt, Bloomberg Radio.
Chris, thank you. In Asia, Japanese Prime Minister Shigeru Ishiba's ruling coalition has failed to secure a majority in the 248-seat upper house in a crucial parliamentary election. Ishiba, through a translator, spoke at a news conference earlier this morning.
We, the Liberal Democratic Party, received a very severe judgment by the people in yesterday's upper house election. As the head of the Liberal Democratic Party, I apologize deeply for the upper house election result.
Japanese Prime Minister Shigeru Ishiba is seeking to buy time for his premiership. He says he must fulfill his responsibility to the nation and its people as the biggest party in parliament. A worldwide cyber attack is underway. We get the details with Bloomberg's John Tucker.
Hackers exploited a major security flaw in widely used Microsoft Server software. And cybersecurity experts say they're seeing attempts to exploit thousands of SharePoint servers globally. Adam Myers, Senior Vice President with CrowdStrike, a cybersecurity firm, says anybody who's got a hosted SharePoint server has got a problem. The breach has affected U.S. federal and state agencies, universities, and energy companies. Silas Cutler at cybersecurity firm Census calls it a dream for ransomware operators. Microsoft says it's released a new security patch for customers to apply to their SharePoint servers to try and mitigate active attacks. I'm John Tucker, Bloomberg Radio.
John, thank you. Meanwhile, Alaska Air has resumed operations after an IT outage temporarily grounded its fleet. The grounding was canceled just after 2 a.m. Wall Street time this morning. It's the second time in just over a year Alaska Air has had to ground its fleet because of IT problems. Russia has launched one of its largest aerial assaults on Ukraine in months, targeting Kyiv overnight into today. The escalation comes as the UK and Germany prepare to lead a NATO meeting on military support for Ukraine, including advanced air defense systems like Patriots. Texas Republicans are poised to redraw the state's congressional map during a special session that begins today. It's a move urged by President Trump as a way to help the GOP retain control of the U.S. House in next year's midterm elections. Scottie Scheffler has captured his second major this year after dominating the British Open. President Trump is threatening to block the Washington Commanders' bid to build a new stadium in the District of Columbia. The president says he may put a restriction on the team if they don't change the name back to the Washington Redskins. The president has previously complained about the football team's decision to change its name amid concerns the old name was a slur against Native Americans. Turning back to the markets now, we got some earnings from Verizon. It posted second quarter revenue that surpassed analyst estimates and raised its profit outlook. And shares of Block are higher. Jack Dorsey's fintech firm set to join the S&P 500 on Wednesday. It replaces Hess, following Chevron's $53 billion acquisition of the energy producer. Futures are higher, with S&P futures up 0.2%, so are Dow and NASDAQ futures. 10-year Treasury yield 4.37%. And that's news when you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Karen Moscow, and this is Bloomberg.
Hi, I'm Lisa Mateo, introducing you to the new Stock Movers Report from Bloomberg. These are short audio reports, 5 minutes or less, delivered
that we
right.
kind of have to grapple with is that the Federal Reserve and the Federal Reserve's independence is really crucial to the role that it's able to play in the economy as a stabilizer. So when the Federal Reserve makes decisions, it has two things in mind. It has what does the employment picture look like and what does inflation look like? And it's reacting to those two particular, really substantive data questions. If you're in a universe where instead a Federal Reserve that's become politicized is reacting to what President Trump thinks that the interest rates should be, well, in that situation, you kind of break the relationship between what the Federal Reserve actually gets to set, which is the federal funds rate, the rate at which banks lend to one another, and things like mortgage rates or car loan rates or small business loan rates that are like actually relevant to consumers in this economy. So perversely, by sort of trying to push so aggressively for an interest rate that is way outside of the realm of what any economic observers think makes sense in an environment where employment is basically at 4-ish% and inflation is still not back to target and in fact ticking upward because of this tariff policy, you really don't have any case to make for those type of rate choices outside of just politicization of the Federal Reserve, which comes with real risks.
I'm also hoping, Natasha, that you can give us a little bit more context here, too, because we have to keep in mind that the Fed chair is only one vote on the Federal Open Market Committee. And we did speak to Bill Pulte, the head of the Federal Housing Finance Agency, who told us earlier this week on Balance Power that they are seeking for Powell to step down as chair, but also his position on the board. Can you just give us a little bit, could this complicate the administration's ultimate goal here when you do have other members who are voting and what we are hearing from those other members when it does come to the future of rate cuts?
And, you know, it's like really important for your viewers, I think, and listeners to understand, like, there is no sort of button that the Fed chair pushes to change the interest rate. The way that it works, as you're describing, is the Federal Reserve chair is one of 12 members on the Federal Open Markets Committee that makes decisions. They meet 8 times a year. They make decisions on the trajectory of the interest rate. And importantly, these are decisions that are made by a group of people. And so the Fed chair, even if the president was effective at getting a Fed chair in who was going to push for his desired rate cuts that he's sort of trying to effectuate from the top in ways that break Federal Reserve independence, well, the rest of the board is going to be in a situation, and the rest of the committee is going to be in a situation where they're actually trying to push against exactly that impulse because they want to preserve the independence of the Federal Reserve, both because they are sort of institutionally very concerned about it, but also because only then can we be in a situation where we are actually trusted and credible as being reactive to inflation and being reactive to the employment picture. And what's important for your viewers, listeners also to understand is, like, we in some sense have run this experiment before. Like, President Nixon put a ton of pressure on the Federal Reserve to cut rates in ways that would be short-term politically expedient. They did. And as a result of that, you saw inflation tick up from 3% to 13% over the course of 2 years in ways that required a massive course correction and led to a significant downturn. So, like, I don't think anyone should be rooting for that in this country. And it certainly goes against what the Trump administration is hoping to see from an economic perspective.
Yeah, the historical context is important to keep in mind here, Natasha, and I appreciate you pointing that out. As you talk about the idea of trust and credibility for the Federal Reserve, I also wonder about the trust and credibility of the president as we consider his very frequently changing deadlines when it comes to tariff and trade policy, because this is what the Fed is having to contend with, why it makes their decision making perhaps so hard. How do you at Budget Lab even try to game out the tariffs and the likely revenue we are going to be getting from them when the deadlines keep moving and the numbers keep changing? Is it even really possible to model?
I mean, we are doing our best. My colleagues and I at the Budget Lab are sort of tracing every single twist and turn with respect to tariff policy in this country. And, you know, to our count, we've seen the effective tariff rate change like almost 60 times over the course of the last several months as a result of the president's different political policies that have been pursued in this trade war. The thing that I think is like really important to grapple with, and you heard actually Governor Waller say a version of this, you've heard Chair Powell say a version of this as well. The president's been like super specific. He would like to see interest rates lower. Sort of Chair Powell and the rest of the Fed have been pretty specific as well that in a world in which this sort of uncertainty associated with trade policy didn't exist, the Federal Reserve would have already cut. And so you're in a world where it is hard in some sense to even game out what exactly the tariffs are meant to be for. Are they tools for revenue raising? Are they sort of important in order to balance our strategic alignment with vis-a-vis an adversary like China? Are they really about bringing manufacturing back into the United States? And the result of that is no one, you, I, and certainly not the business community, has any sense where these tariffs are actually fundamentally going to land. And that creates a difficulty that we can disagree about what the right effective tariff rate should be in the economy, but certainly this sort of start-stop that makes it impossible really to plan with any sense of where policy is ultimately going to land makes it really challenging to think, as an estimator, certainly very challenging to think about what the likely revenue consequences are going to be. But certainly as a business trying to make investment decisions makes it incredibly complicated to think about that as well.
Natasha, just in our final minute, I want to build off of this because we did see Michigan consumer sentiment for July today come in above estimates. What are we learning when there is uncertainty, though, about the consumer's tolerance here, since confidence at one point was plunging amid tariff concerns, but today's data did show it at a 5-month high?
You know, I think it's really hard to make too much out of any one particular data point. We also got data this week about inflation that showed that in certain particular industries, if you look at things like consumer electronics, or if you look at things like household furnishings, which is a category that includes furniture, industries or sub-industries where the tariffs are likely to have substantial bite, you're starting to see an uptick in prices. I don't want to make too much of any one particular data point other than to tell you that the result of our estimates at Yale Budget Lab, which are trying to stay current with respect to where the president says tariffs are going to be come August 1st, this next deadline, is that consumers are going to see a $2,800 on average decrease in their in their household income as a result of higher prices. And for the bottom of the distribution, that's on top of something that you all have been talking a great deal about, which is these important cuts to social programs like Medicaid that have been recently effectuated. So I think there's a lot here that's pretty important.
They say life is a race. But there are those to whom life is a sport. A sport that isn't just about winning, but about the pursuit of excellence. Introducing the Honda City Sport. Life is a sport.
News when you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Karen Moscow. The U.S. and European Union are heading into another week of intensive talks ahead of President Trump's August 1st tariff deadline. Bloomberg's Kasia Klimasinska reports EU officials are also expected to meet this week to discuss how to respond in a no-deal scenario.
The EU representatives pretty much spent the entire week last week here in D.C. trying to negotiate a deal, and it sounds like they didn't get far. And anyway, if they did, they do realize that whatever they agree with kind of the lower level U.S. officials, then has to be signed off by President Trump. And nobody really knows what exactly Trump wants from the EU at this point.
And Bloomberg's Kasia Klimasinska reports President Trump threatened a 30% tariff on most EU exports earlier this month. EU officials now see the U.S. pushing a near-universal tariff higher than 10%, with a narrowing list of exemptions. President Trump is pushing back at a Wall Street Journal report that Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent warned him of the legal and market ramifications if he were to fire Fed Chair Jay Powell. Bessent addressed the reports to CNBC this morning.
I'm not sure who the leaker was, but the problem with leakers is they only have partial information. And I think the other problem, too, is that newspapers like the Wall Street Journal are not used to a high-functioning executive president.
Secretary Bessent tells CNBC he'll be at the Fed headquarters this evening as White House officials push for a tour of the central bank's multi-billion-dollar building renovation. In Asia, Japanese Prime Minister Shigeru Ishiba's ruling coalition has failed to secure a majority in the 248-seat upper house in a crucial parliamentary election. Ishiba, through a translator, spoke at a news conference earlier this morning.
We, the Liberal Democratic Party, received a very severe judgment by the people in yesterday's upper house election. As the head of the Liberal Democratic Party, I apologize deeply for the upper house election result.
Japanese Prime Minister Ishiba is seeking to buy time for his premiership. He says he must fulfill his responsibility to the nation and its people as the biggest party in parliament. A worldwide cyber attack underway. We get details with Bloomberg's John Tucker.
Hackers exploited a major security flaw in widely used Microsoft Server software, and cybersecurity experts say they're seeing attempts to exploit thousands of SharePoint servers globally. Adam Myers, Senior Vice President with CrowdStrike, a cybersecurity firm, says anybody who's got a hosted SharePoint server has got a problem. The breach has affected U.S. federal and state agencies, universities, and energy companies. Silas Cutler at cybersecurity firm Census calls it a dream for ransomware operators. Microsoft says it's released a new security patch for customers to apply to their SharePoint servers to try and mitigate active attacks. I'm John Tucker, Bloomberg Radio.
All right, John, thank you. Meanwhile, Alaska Air has resumed operations after an IT outage temporarily grounded its fleet. The grounding was canceled just after 2 a.m. Wall Street time this morning. It's the second time in just over a year Alaska Air has had to ground its fleet because of IT problems. Russia has launched one of its largest area assaults on Ukraine in months, targeting Kyiv overnight into today. The escalation comes as the UK and Germany prepare to lead a NATO meeting on military support for Ukraine, including advanced air defense systems like Patriots. Harvard is going to appear in federal court today to make the case that the Trump administration illegally cut $2.6 billion from the storied college. It's a pivotal moment in its battle against the federal government. Scottie Scheffler has captured his second major this year after dominating the British Open. Meanwhile, President Trump is threatening to block the Washington Commanders' bid to build a new stadium in the District of Columbia. The president says he may put a restriction on the team if it doesn't change its name back to the Washington Redskins. The president has previously complained about the football team's decision to change its name amid concerns the old name was a slur against Native Americans. Turning back to the markets now, Verizon Communications posting second quarter revenue that beat analyst estimates and raised its profit outlook. It got a lift from wireless price increases and recent tax legislation. And futures are higher, with S&P futures up 0.2%. So are Dow and NASDAQ futures, and the 10-year Treasury yield at 4.36%. And that's news when you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Karen Moscow, and this is Bloomberg.
Hi, I'm Lisa Mateo, introducing you to the new Stock Movers Report from Bloomberg. These are short audio reports, 5 minutes or less, delivered right to your podcast feed throughout the day. Stock Movers fills you in on the day's winners and losers on Wall Street and tells you about the news and data that's driving those gains and losses. If you want to stay plugged into the stock market but don't want to spend all day watching tickers scroll across your screen, then Stock Movers is a place for you to get informed. Listen a couple times throughout the day to find out what's moving equities and why. Search for Stock Movers on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or anywhere else you listen. Get the latest stock news and data backed by reporting from Bloomberg's 3,000 journalists and analysts across the globe.
In France, when we do something, it often ends up iconic. This radio antenna, for example.
Navigating high-risk environments when you can't see what's ahead is no mean feat. But it's the kind of uncertainty Donald Trump's trade actions have forced on China's factory workers.
President Trump ramping up trade tensions again.
The word tariff, music to my ears.
So we're in the realm of just endless tit for tat.
This just kind of indicates how much of a moving target this has really become.
At stake is hundreds of billions of dollars in bilateral trade and access to the world's single largest consumer market, backed by American spending power.
This trade war basically leaves no one untouched, whether that's investors, business people, or officials in any country.
It just seems like every manufacturer in China realizes that they need to have strategies in case things get worse.
Two things are becoming clear, though. One, that finding a replacement for the mighty US consumer is as essential as it is difficult. And two, that despite all the tariff chaos, Chinese manufacturers aren't rushing to shift production into the US.
Americans don't want to make spatulas. They want to eat hamburgers. And I don't mean that in a negative way. I want to eat hamburgers too. But I'm here in China making the spatulas to do it. Americans don't want these jobs. And to think that manufacturing would go back to the United States is a farce.
Chinese manufacturers have had to get used to living with uncertainty.
They're not looking at their strategy 5-10 years down the line. They're looking to keep their factories open for the next few months.
And that's costing money and clients.
Typically, we'll do about 150 to 160 million in revenue. This year, we're down about 20%. Our customers are essentially on pause.
Even exporters of incense destined for yoga studios, people you'd expect to be pretty zen, are fretting over demand.
12月份到5月份这个期间呢，我们所有的工厂的这个生产是停滞，然后我们的所有的人力成本还需要去做额外的一些支付。
You probably know why.
We really need to change the way trade works around the world.
We basically saw in April that the U.S. and China traded these tit-for-tat tariff hikes, which raised tariffs up to 145% for Chinese goods going to the U.S. and 125% for U.S. goods coming to China. In mid-May, we saw those tariffs reduced.
Still, Trump continues to make threats, including against countries that help China sidestep tariffs. Trade between the two nations has risen steadily for the last 25 years.
We're looking at basically $600 billion worth of goods traded between the two nations last year.
And with that has come a ballooning trade deficit. In 2024, the US imported nearly $439 billion worth of goods from China, but US exports to China totaled little more than $143 billion. That's about a $295 billion difference or trade deficit.
One country actually said to me, I was amazed that we were able to get away with it for this long.
While the US administration argues tariffs are the best way to address trade imbalances.
The Chinese manufacturers, they don't understand why the U.S. is doing this. For a lot of Chinese exporters, it's going to be a lot more costly, a lot more difficult to sell to the U.S. market going forward.
The concern is that companies that will no longer have access to their biggest export market will then need to cut prices, let go of people, there will be lower wages, and that's going to dampen consumer sentiment. Consumer confidence in China is already at historic lows because of this prolonged property crisis where a lot of wealth is tied up.
Despite all the uncertainty, the latest data shows China's economy appears to have held up, despite a slump in trade with the US. China's gross domestic product expanded by a better-than-expected 5.2% during the second quarter of the year. While exports to the US fell 24% in the second quarter, China's overall exports rose over 6% during the same period. But the country is facing persistent deflation, meaning companies are earning less money and making them more reluctant to invest and hire.
Although China has signaled this intention to shift to a more consumer-driven economy, it still really depends on its manufacturing sector to be able to meet its growth targets.
As uncertainty around Trump's tariff plans persist, manufacturers, workers, and their families are stuck in limbo and bracing for the worst.
Although Chinese exports to the U.S. account for something like 3% of GDP, once you take into the secondary effect, the loss of jobs, lower wages, potentially price cuts to get rid of inventory, then we're looking at a much worse situation and potentially a deflationary spiral.
And so, with Trump's trade assault whipsawing relations between the world's biggest economies, China's manufacturers are grappling for options. For one thing, US businesses and distributors who buy goods manufactured in China need time to plan orders. At Velong Enterprises, a manufacturer in Guangdong, Jacob Rothman says this hasn't been possible.
There are buying cycles, and they only happen once a year. And shipping for those categories, no matter what
or other investments in other projects like Paul mentioned. In Portugal's case, the real estate channel was actually closed at the end of 2023. So, and now you can still qualify, but the requirement is a minimum 500,000 euro investment in certain funds or certain projects. So the requirements have changed, have evolved, and they're very different country to country. So are the conditions of each golden visa. In Portugal's case, for instance, the requirement in terms of residency is quite small. So you only need to spend about a week per year in Portugal. And this gives applicants or holders of the golden visas quite a lot of flexibility in terms of then moving around Europe.
Joao, thank you for that. Paul, can I go to you because you are in another country, in Greece, in Athens, that really has been a big destination for a lot of people seeking golden visas. Can you talk about some of the requirements for Greece for listeners?
Yes, they've changed over time as the program proved to be so popular. There was a blanket investment in real estate of 250,000, but as Joao mentioned earlier, that combined with short-term rentals such as Airbnb put a lot of pressure on the local real estate market in given areas, namely Athens as the capital, some of its coastal southern suburbs, and some of the more popular islands such as Santorini and Mykonos. So the government increased that 250,000 initially to 500,000 for the more popular areas, but then also to 800,000 as of September of last year. But for the rest of the country, it increased the amount from 250,000 to 400,000. But again, that is just if you want to invest in real estate to get the visa. But you can invest in the case of Greece in either startup or commercial property that is being converted into residential property to take some of the to help ease the shortage of property, residential property in Greece. But also, if you want to invest in renovation of historical building, that also will allow you to get a golden visa as well.
That's great, Paul. That's really helpful to know kind of about those changes in Greece, where again, you are seated. Tara, I want to go to you because we just got another question coming in from our listeners. And just a reminder, we are taking questions from you as you tune in. We love getting these. This is a question from Kirk, which is, do golden visas last in perpetuity? And Tara, you had talked a little bit earlier about kind of the difference between these kind of residencies versus citizenships. Could you talk about that perpetuity issue for golden visas?
Well, that's a really, really interesting question from Kirk, and it's a good question. And I think if I had an answer to that, well, maybe I don't know if I'd be doing my job. I might be doing something else. But I think people are always looking for safety, stability. I'm going to move somewhere. The rules are never going to change. And unfortunately, in the current political environment across Europe, we seem to be in a total state of flux where, Italy's tweaking its rules, Greece is tweaking its rules, Portugal's tweaking its rules, Spain's tweaking its rules, and I think that's going to probably last for the foreseeable future. Governments, at least in Southern Europe, seem to like the system of these visas because it raises much needed cash for the state coffers. On the other hand, there's local complaints from voters who actually vote the governments into place about some of the skewing of real estate markets because wealthy are moving into certain cities like Milan or Lisbon and buying up much sought after property, and others are having, or local population is having trouble accessing the same property. So I guess the short answer is that I certainly am someone who doesn't think that at least the rules as they stand today now will last into perpetuity.
Right. Okay. That's a really helpful perspective. Look, we've got another question from one of our listeners. This is from Ashafield 5, who asks, is Spain still offering golden visas? That's a great question because we were just talking about how a lot of governments in Southern Europe really have been a fan of these, at least until recently. Joao, you're in Lisbon in Portugal, clearly, just down the way from Spain. Could you take that one on? Is Spain still offering golden visas?
Hi, Charlie. Yeah, well, Spain it has ended its golden visa program, and it was part of a move which involved also Portugal closing its real estate channel as an option to get a golden visa, and Spain was part of that wave. But interestingly, Portugal hasn't completely ended its program, as I mentioned earlier, and it's left these various channels open to get a golden visa. It's just closed the real estate route. So what's interesting is that Portugal is now even considering whether to sweeten or parts of its golden visa program This is what the Minister of the Presidency told us in an interview in May. We still don't know the details, as we've hinted before. The golden visa programs, they change, they differ from country to country within Europe, but also within the same country over time. There's constant evolution, constant tweaking of rules and incentives, and so that's really something to stay on top of. And in terms of the perpetuity of the golden visa, just to give you the case of Portugal, you are entitled to renew it, to renew the golden visa. Again, it's a new process. You have to go through the process, but it is possible to renew the golden visa. One thing you can do is, after a given number of years, you can apply for Portuguese citizenship. Reminder that, as Tara mentioned at the start, the golden visa only gives you residency. After 5 years, until recently in Portugal, you were able to apply for citizenship. That period of 5 years has now been extended, not just for golden visa holders, but that gives you an idea of what comes next after your first period with a golden visa.
Yeah, no, I think that's interesting. And I think the stakes are high here, right? Because I think what our listeners are kind of getting at, I think what the question is, these are not insignificant sums for, say, the average person, making an investment in a country that maybe someone doesn't know well. And I think the concern is you put down that chunk of change, and then what happens legislatively? Are there changes? I think that is just one of the key issues that we're getting to. And I think this gets me to the next question. And Paul, I want to go to you in Athens, because I think there's maybe some misconceptions here. I think, for better or for worse, who tends to apply? What is the profile of the person who's looking to get a golden visa? And I guess to put it bluntly, which I tend to do as a personal finance reporter, is how rich are the people who are applying? Are these the super wealthy? Are these the affluent? What is the kind of profile here?
The super wealthy don't actually need these programs, I think, to be able to buy property in a given country. In most cases, especially in the case of Greece, it's more your middle class, affluent people who are buying these visas for different reasons, of course. The bulk in Greece of those people who are getting the visas are Chinese nationals who want to come to Europe and want to be able to move within Europe, and see the Greek program as an easy way to do that. The second biggest group in Greece who are buying these visas are the Turks, next door to Greece, of course, easy for them to get here, who are a bit worried about the economic situation in their own country and want to know that they can get to somewhere else if they need to. But again, it's sort of a middle class people. I saw some statistics in terms of profiles, over 40. Also bear in mind that in Greece's case anyway, that if you apply for the visa, it's not just for you, it's for your spouse, it's for any children you may have under 21, and for any dependent parents that you may have. So it's quite wide. So a lot of people like to take advantage of that. But again, not the super wealthy. It's your average middle class, affluent people from throughout the world.
Right, who are kind of looking for stability, who are looking for the ability also to kind of travel freely, say, throughout the Schengen area. Tara, I want to go to you because, you're situated in France. From my understanding, that is not necessarily kind of the hot destination for kind of picking up a golden visa, but it may be an area where a lot of these people who want to get access to the Schengen zone want to go. Could you kind of talk us through not just the kind of the governments that are granting these sorts of visas, but some of the destinations where these investors ultimately do want to go, and kind of how that works out?
Oh, well, yes. Well, it can be complicated. So, in terms of the hot destinations, there's no international register keeping track of where the wealthy or people who are seeking these kind of visas are going. But there is certainly a lot of anecdotal evidence when one sits down and talks with wealth and tax advisors. It seems like, the big focus in Europe are the countries sort of in Southern Europe, Italy, Portugal, and Greece, the ones that we've been talking about. But they're also, because of this specific European Schengen system, it means that if someone has a golden visa in Portugal, they can move quite freely around the European Union. And that's something that I was speaking with a wealth advisor the other day who was telling me that they're seeing a gradual increase in interest from people who may be working in the tech industry, buying up relatively expensive property in Paris or in the south of France, and not really wanting to establish residence in France, because France of course, everybody knows is a pretty high tax destination, but rather vacation homes or pied-à-terre, and maybe benefiting from golden visas in another European country,
Right.
and then using that as sort of a jumping off place to buy real estate in France.
Yeah, that's really interesting. I think that flexibility is something that is really important. We're getting a lot of viewer questions. These are coming in, listener questions. Thank you so much to everyone who is coming to us with these questions. We really want to we hear you. We want to engage with you. Joao, I want to talk about some of the controversies here because I think this is important for anyone who's considering going this route. That in some countries, these are viewed as relatively controversial. We've got one question coming in from JGM. Why don't countries require a more economically stimulating and active investment, say job creation, rather than allow passive real estate purchase? Which, this really is speaking to that issue of what are the controversies here? What on the ground is kind of shaking as a result of the popularity of these programs?
Hi, that's an interesting question. It's one that often comes up with the golden visa in terms of the impact they have on the broader economy, the multiplier effect, if you like. So interestingly, Portugal, and I'm looking at the period when the real estate channel was still open. The real estate channel is a way, real estate investment is a way to obtain a golden visa, and the possibility of getting a golden visa by creating jobs, that was always, that channel was there. But just to give you an idea, 90% of the golden visas awarded in the period from 2012 until 2023, when the real estate option was open, 90% of those golden visas were awarded for, or the investment for those golden visas was awarded for the real estate option. There are only, from what I could see, just over 20 golden visas granted in relation to job creation. And just to bring you up to where we are today, currently the real estate option is closed as a way to get a golden visa. How can you get a golden visa in Portugal now? You can pick an option including a minimum €500,000 or €500,000 investment in eligible funds, and these funds will have to invest at least 60% of their capital in Portuguese companies or assets, and these can include.
ओए गाइस, नेचुरल गैस में बुक कर लेना प्रॉफिट, ठीक है? बुक द प्रॉफिट इन नेचुरल गैस. लेट्स सी इसमें एक और ट्रेड यहाँ से अगर बनता है तो बुक द प्रॉफिट. नेचुरल गैस में प्रॉफिट बुक किया जा सकता है यहाँ पर. ठीक है, बुक करना चाहो कर लो. नेचुरल गैस में जो लोग सेलिंग में है बुक कर सकते हैं. 7 PM होने वाला है, यूएस मार्केट ओपनिंग है, तो उसका वेट करेंगे, उसके बाद देखते हैं. थोड़ा सा नीचे क्रूड भी आ जाता तो बढ़िया था, वो नीचे ही नहीं आ रहा है. बाकी नेचुरल गैस में सेलर्स अपना प्रॉफिट बुक कर लेना. ओके, डन हो गया उसका टारगेट, डन. अब देखो, मैं MCX के अकॉर्डिंग चलूँ तो यहाँ पर कुछ बनता नहीं है, लेकिन फॉरेक्स के अकॉर्डिंग चलूँ तो यहाँ पर बाइंग बनती है. अगर मैं यहाँ पर देखूँ ना तो MCX के अकॉर्डिंग यहाँ पर कुछ भी नहीं है, बट एज पर द फॉरेक्स चार्ट यहाँ पर एक सपोर्ट बना हुआ है. तो MCX के अकॉर्डिंग सपोर्ट थोड़ा सा नीचे ही है, डाउन साइड पे ना, वहाँ तक आया नहीं है प्राइस अभी भी. अप्रॉक्सीमेटली 283 82 के बीच में. एक ट्राई यहाँ पर करते हैं, थोड़ा कम क्वांटिटी में, ज़्यादा क्वांटिटी मत लेना. मैं फॉरेक्स के अकॉर्डिंग ही लेके चल रहा हूँ इसको. MCX के अकॉर्डिंग तो नहीं चल रहा है. फॉरेक्स के अकॉर्डिंग यहाँ पर एक बाइंग नेचुरल गैस में. ओके, एंड सेकेंड. ठीक है, बट रिस्की रहेगा, लें क्या रिस्क? कितने पॉइंट का है? असल 2 पॉइंट का काफ़ी है. थोड़ा सा डाउट हो रहा है बिकॉज ऑफ द चार्ट, वो कैंडल्स की वजह से. अदरवाइज तो नॉर्मली था, अच्छा मूव आया है वैसे भी. नहीं तो एक की ट्रेड. ठीक है, MCX में है नहीं यहाँ पर सपोर्ट ना. फॉरेक्स में ज़रूर है, बट वो फॉरेक्स के अकॉर्डिंग ही बन रहा है, एमसीएक्स के अकॉर्डिंग तो नहीं है। बाकी 9 मिनट रह गए, यूएस मार्केट भी ओपन होने वाला है। यहाँ पर एक छोटा सा ये क्रूड ऑयल नेचुरल गैस में, सॉरी माफ करना, एक बाइंग का ट्रेड मैं बता दे रहा हूँ। यहाँ पर ये एमसीएक्स के अकॉर्डिंग नहीं है सपोर्ट, ये सॉरी हाँ एमसीएक्स के अकॉर्डिंग नहीं है, फॉरेक्स के अकॉर्डिंग बना है, तो मैं उसके अकॉर्डिंग लगा रहा हूँ। क्वांटिटी थोड़ी कम रखना, टारगेट बड़ा रख लेना, एसएल जाएगा तो होल्ड मत करना, निकलना भी है फिर इसमें से, ठीक है। और थोड़ा सा नेक्स्ट कैंडल इंपॉर्टेंट है, तो ध्यान रखना 7 PM पे अगर कैंडल ओपन इक्वल टू हाई बन गई तो निकल जाना, या फिर अगर नहीं करी एंट्री करने की, फिर से सोचोगे अगर पुल बैक नीचे आता है तो ओपन इक्वल टू हाई पे एंट्री मत करना, ओपन इक्वल टू हाई पे एंट्री नहीं होगी, ठीक है। इस चीज़ का ध्यान रखना। ठीक है, ध्यान रखना 7 PM पे बाकी यूएस मार्केट ओपनिंग है। लेट्स सी क्या सा रहता है आज का मार्केट। मंडे है, फर्स्ट डे ट्रेडिंग सेशन यूएस में।
In a world of seismic change, will your business shape the future or be
When we go deep, when we make hearts beat faster, and when we make them beat again, when we search for something, and when we find it, when we triumph, even when we stumble. Iconic. When we get people moving, when we get the world moving. Iconic. Why? Because we do things our way. Stylish, bold, exploring, innovating, carrying our history and values into the future. Make it iconic. Choose France.
Welcome back to the opening trade. Watch Bloomberg Tech. This is the Asia Trade.
This is Wall Street Week. Welcome to Balance of Power.
This is Bloomberg Television.
In case you missed it on Bloomberg Insight.
I think it is wrong to say that China in this area has the upper hand. We are both vulnerable. We are both interdependent.
Yes, so what Trump sees as anti-American is survival for other countries. And to some extent, if he comes down very hard on the Southeast Asian countries, I think what he's going to find is that China is the beneficiary, not the loser.
Don't miss Bloomberg Insight live weekdays.
Why do the biggest names in business choose Bloomberg Television?
That's a great question.
It's a very good question.
Interesting question. Good question. Great question. I so appreciate that question. You certainly ask interesting questions.
Bloomberg Television. Top experts, great questions.
All right, minutes away from the opening bell. Here's your setup. The S&P 500 slightly higher. Could today be another record? We'll talk through all of the action at the open coming up next. Don't go anywhere. Rob Arnott is back with us. This is Open Interest.
Technology is embedded in every aspect of our lives and laying the foundation for the future. From finance to defense, AI to entertainment, and from the road to the stars. Bloomberg brings you the latest stories from the people and companies pushing the tech sector to new frontiers and the politics that shape global tech markets. I'm Annabelle Drulers in Hong Kong. I'm Sherian in Tokyo. Watch Bloomberg Tech Asia. New episodes every month, only on Bloomberg Television.
Progress never stops, neither should you. At PwC, we make sure you're ready for what's next, with the expertise and technology you need to outthink and outperform. We're with you, sleeves rolled up, start to finish, so you can stay ahead, so you can protect what you've built, so you can create new value. We build for what's next, so you can get there now. PwC, so you can.
In France, when we do something, it often ends up iconic. This radio antenna, for example, iconic. Or a gift to a friend, iconic. A little something for breakfast, iconic. When we aim high, when we go deep. When we make hearts beat faster, and when we make them beat again. When we search for something, and when we find it. When we triumph. Even when we stumble. Iconic. When we get people moving. When we get the world moving. Iconic. Why? Because we do things our way. Stylish, bold, exploring, innovating, carrying our history and values into the future. Make it iconic. Choose France.
But from the country point of view, that's most useful contribution what equity should do. And today we're thinking about every kids, not in cities like Hanoi or Ho Chi Minh City, but kids in the countryside should got the good education. That's what we're going to do now.
So you are leapfrogging?
Yes, exactly.
At a time when policy in Washington is driving Wall Street, we draw a distinction between the rhetoric and the action, bringing you market-moving guests and original reporting. This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
It's a multi-trillion-dollar industry. We'll show you what's happening in ETFs like no one else. ETF IQ, Mondays on Bloomberg.
All right, we are moments away from the official start of trading on this Monday morning. Welcome back to Bloomberg Open Interest. I'm Katie Greifeld. We know it's a consequential week when it comes to earnings. Verizon actually started off on a good note this week with a beat and raise quarter, but so did the financials last week. So did Netflix last week, and we saw the reaction there. This market has a very, very high bar. So it's all about the single stock stories this week, which is what we're going to be focused on bringing you. The bells are ringing over at the NASDAQ, over at the New York Stock Exchange. Maybe we get another record high on the S&P 500 today. Let's talk a little bit about some of the components that could get us there.
Yeah, if we get there, big tech might help. We have, of course, Tesla, Alphabet earnings later this week. Huge earnings week underway. Another big one next week, too. But Wednesday is when you see these two. Of course, they are both down on the year. But Google, Alphabet, trying to break back into green territory for the year, up about more than 1.2% at the market open. Tesla up more than 2%. Intel also up, Katie, before those earnings.
Those are the names that we need to behave this week. We'll, of course, bring you all the action there. Let's talk a little bit more about Verizon, though. It posted a surprise net loss of subscribers, but it raised its profit outlook, citing Trump's tax bill and its wireless price increases. Shares currently up about 3% or so. Reminder, we'll be speaking with the CEO at about 10:10 a.m. today. You don't want to miss that, but you don't want to to miss this either. We're back with Research Affiliates Chairman and Founder Rob Arnott. And Rob, let's talk about earnings season a little bit and the reaction function that we've seen so far, because I mentioned the big banks last week posting really impressive numbers, not exactly seeing the reward. Then you saw Netflix coming out with really strong numbers, falling 5% on Friday. It seems like this market is a lot tougher than maybe it has been in seasons past.
This is what happens when you get a frothy bull market. And I'm on record suggesting that this is a bubble. Bubbles last until they don't. And so this is going to be interesting to see how it plays out. One other element that I think is really important, our CEO, Chris Brightman, has come out with a number of very interesting pieces that show that stimulus doesn't stimulate, that when it comes to fiscal stimulus, a lot of that comes back into corporate earnings. So every $1 trillion of incremental deficit spending leads to hundreds of billions of dollars of incremental corporate earnings. Just fascinating. And so the stimulus doesn't stimulate the economy. It does stimulate earnings, and it does stimulate, think of it as a fire hydrant open on a city street. The people who in the homes don't get any of the water. The people with buckets near the fire hydrants get all the water. Well, who's the people with the fire hydrants? Financial services and corporate America on the profit side.
So who benefits the most? Because you look at Verizon directly citing favorable tax reform as they increase their guidance. Are there places you're looking to see where that one big beautiful bill is going to be impacting corporate America the most?
We haven't drilled down to that. I wish I had a good answer for you on that. Broadly, it'll impact corporate earnings in a big, beautiful way, and that can keep bubbles going longer. We saw that through the whole period of monetary ease with zero interest rates, where the zero interest rates sure didn't stimulate economic growth. Economic growth was kind of sluggish that decade, but it sure stimulated capital markets. And it's not a healthy form of incremental growth if it's rewarding share prices and not the broad public. So that's the big issue. That's the big divide.
Well, let's talk about bubbles a little bit more, because I feel like we're all kind of familiar with how bubbles form. You get some stimulus stimulating the capital markets. You get investors falling in love with a theme such as AI. But how do bubbles pop? What is the typical catalyst when you look across history?
Firstly, catalysts are, by definition, a surprise.
That's true. I was hoping you could just tell us.
It's still a fun parlor game to try to guess what they can be. Second thought experiment, what were the catalysts that caused the dot-com bubble to burst in March of 2000? I have yet to hear a really powerful argument for what it was. Maybe stock options coming up for expiration for redemption of shares, that sort of thing. But realistically, the catalyst can be almost anything. One catalyst can be earnings growing a little slower than expected. Another can be the economy faltering. Another can be a liquidity crisis in which people need access to their money, and all of a sudden those massive inflows into index funds become massive outflows because people need access to cash. What's the most liquid asset they've got? Their index funds.
Perhaps a catalyst, too, could be the Fed chair getting fired in some manner.
Well, that's where I was going to go next also. This whole idea of the pressure that President Trump has been putting on Fed Chair Powell. If you think about liquid assets, U.S. bonds being among the most liquid of them, what's the perfect hedge? Do you recommend hedges right now? And is there anything in your portfolio that suggests that your clients are flocking to them?
Well, I think one question, and you've touched on this with some of your other guests today, is what's the next move for the Fed? And realistically, historically, the natural yield on short-term money is about 1% real. Okay, so if inflation is running 2.5, that means 3.5 is the go-to rate. One of your earlier guests also said that they thought that the 10-year ought to be at 5. Well, 3.5 on short money, 5 on 10-year money is a perfectly normal yield curve. And so moving in that direction is probably where we're headed. Now, I say where we're headed because, like gravity, the movement of interest rates towards a natural rate is entirely normal. It can be forestalled by enough pressure from central control. Japan's been practicing yield curve management for a couple of decades. Look where it's got them. Their macroeconomic growth has been negligible. So it's not the right thing to do, but it's an easy thing to do.
All right, Rob, we got to leave it there. Great to see you. Always appreciate you being so generous with your time. That is Rob Arnott. He is the chairman and founder of Research Affiliates. Let's get a check on this rally right now. This stock market in general, you're taking a look at the S&P 500 up about 0.3%. And I have some good news for you, and that's that breadth looks pretty good at this exact moment. You take a look at the gainers relative to the losers in the index, more than 300 names in the green, just under 200 in the red. And it's a lot of names that you would want to see leading gains right now. Apple higher, Meta, Alphabet ahead of earnings. Then you have Broadcom and Amazon in there as well. Tesla, too, ahead of earnings. That's going to be one of the more fun reports this week. But take a look at the downside, and you could get a little bit nervous about today's action because you have NVIDIA and Microsoft trading places right now for the biggest loser on a points basis. We're talking about small moves overall, but when we're talking about trillions of dollars in market cap, certainly those names have a big effect. So let's take a look at the sector levels and what the breakdown looks there as well. Again, more green than red. Up in the top, you have communication services. The biggest mover there is Verizon after its beat and raised quarter. The CEO coming up on open interest next hour. You take a look at the bottom, industrials, healthcare, and energy. Some of your small gainer or losers right now, Shanali.
And coming up next, we're going to talk about what you had identified a little earlier, Invesco wanting to reclassify QQQ so it could reap the benefits of one of the world's most popular ETFs. There's millions at stake for this ETF. We're going to talk about the details next. This is Bloomberg Open Interest.
You missed it on Bloomberg Insight.
Losing a few people is not actually that unusual. These companies are constantly pulling people, in both directions. The real question is, can it turn around Meta's fortunes? It's about who is leading in terms of adoption, in terms of B2B use cases, B2C use cases in different countries. And we're seeing Chinese companies certainly making a strong showing across many of those fields, even if, I would say that the US is still generally in the lead. But what we've seen at the company level and at the product level is actually that continued decoupling. So I think it's a pretty safe bet that is going to continue to be the case.
Not to bring up the past, but you've criticized Sam Altman. I'm just wondering whether you've made peace with Altman on the back of that drama.
So we haven't actually interacted since the time. I'm sure at some point soon we'll end up at the same event, and the AI world is pretty small, but no, haven't had a chance yet so far.
Don't miss Bloomberg Insight live weekdays.
Addiction isn't a choice.
I would isolate, self-medicate, and fabricate to continue my use.
I didn't really think I had a problem.
Rachel and Pete are just 2 of 48.5 million Americans with substance use disorder. But 3 out of 4 people find recovery is possible with help. Go to shatterproof.org/findtreatment to watch the short film No More Secrets and find out how you can get help. That's shatterproof.org/findtreatment.
Bringing you up-to-the-minute news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Matt Miller at the Circuit de la Sarthe in Le Mans, and this is Bloomberg.
From the world of politics to the world of business, Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lines deliver news, insight, and analysis live 2 times a day, every trading day. Balance of Power at 1 and 5 Eastern, only on Bloomberg.
Africa,
a region rife with potential for growth and opportunities, but not without its challenges. Join us as we get to the heart of African business, politics, and economics, and ask the question, what's next? On this episode.
If you look between the age of 18 and 60, 53% of South Africans has got a Capitec card in their wallets. But how do you optimize those clients?
Premieres July 25th, only on Bloomberg.
Welcome back to Open Interest. Let's take a look at this market right now and the rally that's underway. The S&P 500 up about 0.3%. You can see a lot of strength is coming from big tech, with the Nasdaq 100 higher by about 0.5% right now. We'll see if that holds through the big earnings week that we have ahead, with Tesla and Alphabet taking the stage this week. And shout out to the small caps as well. The Russell 2000 up about 0.5%. It's time now for our top calls. Some of the analyst action in focus this morning. And first up, Dollar Tree getting upgraded to a buy over at Barclays. The firm says that it's positioned to benefit from a trade down by consumers, which will only accelerate. Next up, you have Morgan Stanley upgrading Pinterest and Etsy, citing improving macroeconomic trends. The analyst also cites Pinterest's attractive valuation. Take a look at shares right now, higher by about 2.5%. And finally, I am so excited for this. Invesco getting upgraded to a buy over at TD Cowen. The firm is calling its move to unlock fee revenue from the QQQ ETF a, quote, game-changing event. So let's discuss this news now with Bloomberg Intelligence financials analyst Neil Sipes. And Neil, I feel like this requires some explanation. So the QQQ ETF, it's actually a unit investment trust, which I swear to God is interesting. They're filing to turn it into an open-ended ETF, and that actually has huge consequences for Invesco, because in its current format, Invesco doesn't actually earn any fee revenue from this enormous fund.
Yeah, and that's right. And I think that's why you mentioned the enormous fund. That's why this is such a meaningful story here. For the past 20 plus years of the fund's existence, Invesco has, charged a 20 basis point expense ratio. All those fees are effectively pass-through fees onto third parties. One caveat there is 6 basis points of that 20 goes to a marketing budget for Invesco. So they really lean on that to sort of broaden the brand of Invesco. But in terms of a management fee, advisory fee, actual top-line support, pretty much zero here. So when you talk about the fund with, I think, north of $350 billion in assets, they're looking to sort of convert this into an ETF, charging a slightly lower 18 basis point fee rate. And so we'll kind of have to see what it looks like overall. But I mean, when you run the rough math, it's obviously quite meaningful to the business. We calculate about 7% of net revenue is what they can generate if they sort of net out fees that are similar to the QQQM, which is actually sort of the clone ETF product that they rolled out about 5 years ago.
Right, that was their answer to this dynamic where, okay, QQQ is very popular and it's just growing, but we don't make any money. Let's launch sort of a baby version of it. I want to talk about the specifics of what this could mean for Invesco a little bit more, because I did the napkin math, 20 basis points on $355 billion in assets. That translates into more than $700 million in annual revenue that they're missing out on. We won't know the exact revenue breakdown, how much of that goes to the index licensing, et cetera. But in terms of the boost that could give to the bottom line, just expand on your calculations a little bit more.
Yeah, and so I think when we look at QQQM, again, which is active in the marketplace as an ETF, it's about 50 billion versus the 350 billion in the unit investment trust. So when we look at that, about half of the 15 basis points is what they're netting to the top line. So if you kind of do that rough math, again, the earnings accretion is pretty meaningful here. And so I think going forward, it's going to be the question of how much do they retain some of that marketing budget. Obviously, that's going to eat into it a little bit, but it really does two things for Invesco. One, it meaningfully steps up that earnings sort of run rate as a normalized business. And it really steps up the organic growth potential, right? Because these are non-management fee earning flows that they have today. It's a product that's been growing double digits over the past probably 5 to 10 years, whatever time frame you look at. So that's going to be well received in the market. You saw it Friday with the 14-15% increase in the stock. In a world where traditional asset management is a little bit out of vogue, the ETFs still continue to produce the growth.
That's where I was going to go next. If you look at the stock of Invesco versus BlackRock this year, it's pretty interesting. You see it at double the pace. It's rising right now. It's up more than 15%. BlackRock is up less than 8%. BlackRock, of course, is a much bigger company. So the Qs, they've become synonymous with Invesco in a lot of ways. How important is it for them to capture this fee revenue?
I mean, I think it's pretty important, especially when you think about Invesco in the context of someone like BlackRock, where you look at the price to earnings multiples there, it's about half of BlackRock. And really the story with Invesco has been a pretty painful but necessary transition in asset management from the higher fee active products to the lower fee passive. And what we've really seen over the past 2 years with Invesco is a meaningful sort of re-rating in that organic growth. They've actually flipped to positive flows, some of the strongest in the industry. A lot of that is coming from the ETF and index franchise. So when you all of a sudden put their biggest fund and the most meaningful product that they have in the marketplace back into that franchise in terms of revenue generation, it's a meaningful story.
It's worth pointing out, too, that Invesco reports earnings tomorrow. Their call is at 9 a.m. So if you're not watching Open Interest, I would imagine that this is going to be a hot topic. Let's talk about how this actually goes through, because this is a proposal right now. They filed a proxy statement to shareholders on Thursday of last week. They're holding a special meeting on October 24th. They need a quorum of more than 50% of the holders of outstanding voting shares. That is a very tall hurdle to clear when you think about how many tens of thousands of shareholders the Qs have.
Yeah, and so they may be leaning on some third parties to help garner that support. I guess two things of note. One is the QQQ as it stands today, 20 basis point expense ratio. Through this proposal, they want to reduce it to 18 basis points. So that in some worlds should generate some shareholder interest, right? When you're lowering fees, that'll usually make your shareholders smile there. So that should help generate some interest. But, you know, I think we know that the QQQ has a pretty sizable retail investor holding as well. So sort of garnering the support of a lot of smaller retail investors, you may sort of need a lot of outreach and maybe need some third-party support there. But again, I think, you know, over time, we'll certainly be watching this. It's sort of a unique story in the space right now. We'll have to see if others follow suit and sort of follow how this proceeds. But certainly if it goes through, it's definitely a net positive.
Yeah, absolutely. It'll be fascinating to see how this one develops. I do want to pull up that table once again, the most profitable ETF. So it's ironic that the Qs are at the top and Invesco doesn't actually see much of that profit. You also have SPY up there as well, which is fascinating because this is in the same situation as the Qs. This is a unit investment trust, meaning that State Street itself doesn't really see much of that $577 million in annual fee revenue. Neil, I know you don't cover State Street, so I won't ask you about it, but really great insight here. Stay close. That is Neil Sipes of Bloomberg Intelligence. And don't miss ETF IQ today at noon right here on Bloomberg Television. State Street's Anna Paglia and Double Line's Jeffrey Sherman join the show. Now coming up, Figma and some of its investors are seeking to raise over $1 billion in an IPO. We'll bring you the details here next. This is Open Interest.
Bringing you up-to-the-minute global news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Jumana Versace in Tehran, and this is Bloomberg.
Our global headquarters in New York, I'm Danny Berger. Welcome to Bloomberg Brief. Let's set your agenda.
Bloomberg Brief delivers the market news, data, and analysis you need live every weekday only on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
In case you missed it on Bloomberg Brief.
All these stock assets that were originated when too much money came in, bought at too high prices, and it's indigestion essentially. And this is going to have to work its way through over the next couple of years. It's one of the big themes we're seeing in investing right now. The solution could come in many forms. A lot of them, people have been hoping that some combination of growth and interest rates coming lower was just going to bail them out.
Don't miss Bloomberg Brief live every weekday.
U.S. jobs numbers are released. Bloomberg has the report under surveillance with crucial data and expert analysis at terminal speed. Nobody covers Jobs Day like Bloomberg.
Welcome back to Open Interest. Let's get a check on this rally because we have gains extending right now. If you take a look at the S&P 500, now higher by about 0.4%. We are above 6,300 on that index. And you have big tech really leading the way with the NASDAQ 100 higher by about 0.6%. We know that it is a busy week when it comes to earnings. A lot of big tech names reporting. You take a look at what has reported so far to my left here. You had Domino's earlier this morning. It was higher. Now it's lower. Verizon really holding on to its gains right now. And then you have some of the big tech names. Tesla up on the earnings stage. It's higher right now, too, but it's coming up this week. And we'll see if it follows the path of Stellantis, which was reporting some pretty hefty charges when it comes to some of those tariff impacts. Shanali.
Yeah, and in other news, we have IPO news coming as well. So companies not yet hitting the New York Stock Exchange or NYSE, but pretty close. Figma is one of them. The company and some of their investors are looking to raise just over $1 billion in an initial public offering. The software company has filed for a listing, which could see it valued at close to $13.6 billion. For more, we're joined by Bloomberg Equities Capital Markets reporter Anthony Hughes, and that $13.6 billion valuation is below the $20 billion that it could have gotten in a sale to Adobe. What does this say about valuations for the darlings that are about to hit the market?
Yeah, well, I think it's interesting because once you add in restricted stock units and options and the equivalent of options and the like, the valuation will be a bit higher than that, more like 16 billion, 16.5 billion. And I think over the next week or so, as the roadshow goes on, and this is the deal that's going to be pricing next week, next Wednesday, the July 30. There's going to be likely to be a lot of demand because this is a fairly scarce asset in a company that's growing 40% plus. The software sector hasn't been as busy in the last few years as it was in, say, 21. So the situation we have here is that this is somewhat of this is a big event for the software industry in the sense because this is an application software company that's going public, and there hasn't been very many of them in recent years, and this is going to be getting a pretty sporty valuation. Some of the software IPOs that we've seen in recent years have come at more like sort of around 10 times sales, whereas this one's going to be leaning a bit more on the valuation. And I think, even though these numbers we're throwing around today are based on the terms that they've launched this morning, I think, it could expand over the next week. Certainly the company will be hoping so.
So circle that date on your calendar, next Wednesday, July 30th. It's interesting to see just the pace pick up this summer. There's been no summer slump when it comes to the IPO market, and I still don't have a good sense of what is driving that. Is that we're past peak uncertainty? Is it just that traders and companies are tired of waiting so long to come out of that pipeline? Yeah, well, it's been an interesting year in terms of the narrative for the IPO market because while it's been a fairly positive environment, we've seen some really strong outcomes, some strong debuts, particularly Circle, which was early last month. But we did have a big gap there in April where there were no IPOs, and we've had these disruptions associated with the spikes in volatility around the tariffs and the like. But overall, the environment's been very strong, and when IPOs have come to the market, the IPOs that have come have been quite well received and heavily oversubscribed. And I think people are generally positive about the outlook, particularly after Labor Day. But normally the summer can slow down a bit. But here we've got a bit of a flurry of deals that's going to happen between, say, now and maybe the next 3 weeks, and then we'll have a break for August. But we're going to have 4 companies go public this week, 4 sizable companies, and then next week we'll have Figma, and we'll have another one too. So another one or two maybe.
Also, Katie, bullish that crypto exchange has also filed a lot of SPACs as well. So this is a market that is absorbing this while it can.
I'm glad you defined it, because I was going to say, didn't you just launch the show? And
I know.
Going public as well.
I know. Different going public.
Yeah, true. Anthony, great reporting. You're going to be very busy over the next week or so. That is Anthony Hughes of Bloomberg. And coming up in the next hour, we're joined by BlackRock's Gargi Chowdhury. She will be talking to us about earnings expectations, and then really excited, too, for our conversation with the CEO of Verizon.
Yeah, we'll also speak to Senator David McCormick after that big AI summit in Pennsylvania. Stick with us. This is Bloomberg Open Interest.
In France, when we do something, it often ends up iconic. This radio antenna, for example, iconic. Or a gift to a friend, iconic. A little something for breakfast, iconic. When we aim high, when we go deep, when we make hearts beat faster, and when we make them beat again, when we search for something, and when we find it, when we triumph, even when we stumble. Iconic. When we get people moving, when we get the world moving. Iconic. Why? Because we do things our way. Stylish, bold, exploring, innovating, carrying our history and values into the future. Make it iconic. Choose France.
A cidade estava sitiada.
Nisso eu começo a tremer.
तो गाइस वेलकम वंस अगेन। मार्केट देखो क्लोज हो गया है। फिलहाल के लिए देखोगे क्रूड ऑयल और नेचुरल गैस को, तो क्रूड ऑयल काफ़ी अच्छा मूव किया। एक छोटा सा एफईजी था, वहाँ से एक सेल ऑफ आया, देन देयर इज़ अ सपोर्ट एरिया एंड मार्केट टुक द सपोर्ट फ्रॉम दैट सपोर्ट एरिया। वहाँ से एक सपोर्ट लिया है और हल्का फुल्का ऊपर ही क्लोज किया। एंड नेचुरल गैस की बात करें तो रीटेस्ट तक गया, वहाँ पर एक सेलिंग आई थी, यहाँ पर एक बाइंग का ट्रेड भी लगाया था, उसका एसएल चला गया था। मैंने बताया था यहाँ पर ये कोई सपोर्ट नहीं है, बट एम सी एक्स के अकॉर्डिंग, फॉरेक्स के अकॉर्डिंग दिख रहा था, बट नॉट एज पर द एम सी एक्स। एंड देन नीचे आया, सपोर्ट पे क्लोज हुआ है। थोड़ा सा देख लेते हैं फॉरेक्स में क्या सिनेरियो बन रहा है। अदरवाइज एक बार क्रिप्टो को देख लेंगे, नहीं तो ठीक है। तो लेट्स सी। लेट्स सी द क्रिप्टो। ठीक है, ये तो हो गया है। सो लेट्स स्टार्ट विद द क्रिप्टो। एक बार फटाफट से देख लेते हैं बिटकॉइन को पहले। 5 मिनट टाइम फ्रेम पे देखते हैं कुछ अगर चल रहा है तो। इंडियन मार्केट तो हो चुका है क्लोज। ठीक है, अच्छा मूव किया है बिटकॉइन भी। यहाँ पर कोई सपोर्ट तो नहीं है अभी फिलहाल के लिए। तो अगर देखें फिलहाल के लिए तो बिटकॉइन में 5 मिनट टाइम फ्रेम पे देखो तो नीचे एक सपोर्ट है 1,16,100 के अराउंड। देयर इज सपोर्ट देयर। यहाँ पर प्राइस एक बार सपोर्ट ले चुका है, तो अभी भी स्टिल इट इज अ सपोर्ट। अभी भी ये सपोर्ट ही रहेगा। यहाँ पर 1,17,000 के आसपास एक छोटा सा लिक्विडिटी एरिया है जहाँ पर मार्केट थोड़ी बहुत लिक्विडिटी लेने की कोशिश कर रहा है। एग्जैक्ट सपोर्ट थोड़े से और नीचे हैं, बट दैट इज अ स्मॉल लिक्विडिटी जोन ओवर हियर इन 5 minute टाइम फ्रेम। That is a liquidity area. ठीक है, कैंडल देखोगे ओपन इक्वल टू हाई बनी है बिटकॉइन में। अगेन 5 मिनट टाइम फ्रेम पे लुक एट द कैंडल इज ओपन इक्वल टू हाई। क्लासिकल कैंडल है। अगेन ओपन इक्वल टू हाई है कैंडल, लुक एट द कैंडल, अगेन ओपन इक्वल टू हाई। पर ठीक है, थोड़ा सा नीचे आ जाए तो यहाँ पर एक बाइंग प्लान जरूर है। थोड़ा सा अगर नीचे आ जाता है तो बेटर रहेगा आई थिंक मेरे अकॉर्डिंग। Great. ठीक है, कैंडल देखो ओपन इक्वल टू हाई है, बेस्ट कैंडल है सेलिंग में जाने के लिए, बट नीचे एक सपोर्ट है तो लेट्स सी यहाँ पर रुकता है क्या। एक छोटा सा ट्राई करते हैं, ज़्यादा नहीं, एक छोटे से एसएल के साथ। एक छोटा सा बाइंग का ट्रेड रहेगा, ध्यान रखना कैंडल ओपन इक्वल टू हाई ना बने, ओपन इक्वल टू हाई बनेगा तो बाइंग नहीं कर सकते। मत लेना ओपन इक्वल टू हाई कैंडल है, ठीक है, डोंट बाइट डायरेक्टली, कैंडल इज ओपन इक्वल टू हाई।